Good morning, everybody. CPI was hot, like pretty hot. Ooh, those are spicy. Mm, I don't think call buying just yet. This kind of looks like shit. Yeah. The numbers, Gherkin? What do you mean by 4887? Oh, that's like where gamma neutral is on SP. Somebody asked what gamma neutral was on SPX. When do you consider cutting the losing leg on your straddle if you have over 10 DTE of theta? I mean, it should already be paid for by your put, but I mean, are you keeping it for something? Best overnight play to date. My buddy's landlord raised his rent by 30% last month. Ouch. That sounds painful. I would like to see VIX 16 today, if possible. Joseph, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Bought another put. I love you. Might be a really bad idea, but we'll see. think we could bounce back to like 49.81 on futures here before retesting the downside. There's gonna be a little bit of put capitulation into market open. I should probably hedge with a call too. But right now things still look pretty bearish. Good morning, Dork. What do you do about Netflix weekly, sold weekly 55 puts? Who's buying back? Because it broke GN finally. That's not working. Okay, that's the 49.81 futures test right there. There's not a lot of positioning down here yet, so it's kind of hard to tell which way this is going to go. There's a few calls at 60, but not much at 65. Bunch of puts at 55. But most of the zero DTE shit is still all the way back to the upside. I think most of the puts that are in the money right now are sold. If this fails to fill the gap here, that's super bearish. Looks like you're getting an opportunity to get out of those short puts on Netflix. Holy fuck, IWM got hammered. 30-day Fed fund futures are pricing in like almost 3 rate cuts right now. What's at 47.50? Delta neutral. Should we play Vega puts as a revision to 1516 rather than hoping for a moonshot to 2025? I mean, I'll probably cut some on, you know, testing 1516, but I'm going to save some in case it goes to 2025. Beyond went on Reg Show last night, which is not bullish. I should say that right away. It's probably really bearish in the short term, but long term, that's a good sign. How are we looking for a recovery? Not too great. At least not so far. Looking kind of bearish. Next stop to the downside is like 49.30. If we break 50 though, that's almost all the in the money calls and all those, like a big chunk of the sold puts underwater. So 50's actually a really big deal. Not as big a deal as 5,000 was, but it's a big deal. Yeah, apparently they're trying to renegotiate their debt, and there's rumors that they may be filing for bankruptcy. Kind of bearish, like 48.75 today bearish. That's possible. That'd be crazy, but it's possible. Yeah, Delta's still falling off. Price should have a little bit of support here, but there's a decent amount of room to the downside. From a technical perspective, I guess, like, I mean, the next test I would be looking for would be like 49.31. That's really, really important. 49.31's I think that's the reversal point on the weekly chart. Yeah, I guess 49.17 really, but 49.31 is definitely an important level there. Why are we red before SLG? This can't happen. Well, you see, CPI was hot. Hot. It was hot as fuck. Like across the board, too. For a lower high on this bounce. Uh, Ball's picking up. Hmm. Mm. We'll do Vic shorting. Gamma's ticking up a little bit. I think this is going to fail. It may only fail to like 50 though, and then it may find more support again, but like it may not be like a big failure. But maybe like a retest of today's low. It could fail all the way down to like GN on the SPXW, which would be like 49. I guess I should move this. It's like 49.31. But 50 is definitely important. I'll put that in there. Come on. Okay. $49.75. Call is selling for less than its delta. That should probably tell you something. All right. Careful with this retest on the low. So we don't have a shitload of momentum right now. It's not bad. It's just not a ton. Not yet. Although futures might be getting ready to sell off here. If this is the long-term trend on futures, by the way. So this is the retest. We bounce back, test resistance, then fell again. If we lose this after 49.60, the next major support is 49.33. This is like a $30 drop there. Seriously, now, why does the market suddenly react to data, or am I missing something? The market's, I don't know if the market's reacting so much to the data as it is reacting to the fact that Fed Fund Futures is now pricing in like 3 rate cuts for the year, and everything's fucking overvalued. And the dollar and yields are rocketing, which is creating more demand for volatility on a market maker that's been sold nothing but puts for 3 months. I actually have a reading list over on the Reddit cookies and leche, which should be in the link below. It's in the wiki on the subreddit. There's a few other books that I recommend, but generally those are a little more advanced, so I'd start with the ones in the wiki. Don't forget to like the stream, everyone. Oh yeah, if you guys could. And thank you, Gherk, for your advice in the markets. Advice, shit posting, same thing, right? I get stopped out there. That's fucking annoying. Alright, this bounce might be a little bullish. Short put capitulation. Calls. Stay in that. Gap fill. Volatility still climbing. Did you dump your position in Express? Fuck yeah. Are you waiting for something? Yeah, I'm gonna wait till it's fucking 10 cents a share. Don't be mad, but look at crowd. Fucking bastards. I'm not really mad about it. I don't expect those puts to print. It'd be funny as hell if they did, but I don't expect them to. There's also a thread in general on the Discord that has the book list and a link to the Reddit page you're talking about. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, Atomic. I did not know that. Just joined. What did I miss? The market went down a bunch this morning. SLD cut short by President's Day. No, it would just shift the finalization of settlement to Tuesday morning. Is IBKR down? I don't have a fucking stop on my put side of my straddle. It's not down for me. Maybe calls for a minute, just because we're finding some support. I mean, we're barely getting any buying, but we're getting a little bit. Gamma has shifted super fucking bearish. We're probably going to go down more later, but we could bounce like, I don't know, $10 or something here maybe. Maybe like 60, 55, 60. There's a big fucking put wall at 55. I should probably grab put also. I did pretty good on the 4940s before. Falls kind of moving up. 35. Made money out of day trades. Nice, man. Congratulations, Trash. I hope your overnight put paid your rent. If they can't get it back up, how much money did the Bulls lose? All of it. Hmm. I still think we can get a bounce. The 55 put wall is a bit questionable, but there's definitely still some risk of a bounce. Although I think below 50, I'm gonna put a stop on this call. I'll put it down at like 680. Last night I had a dream that the market would drop hard today. Had this whole plan to make a joke that you guys should buy calls while I buy puts, blah blah. As you can imagine, I'm kind of tripping right now. Is Netflix just gonna drop with the market, or there be a better exit for the sold weekly puts? It's probably gonna drop with the market. I mean, I don't think you were gonna get much better of an exit. I mean, you might if this bounces back a little, you might get out of it like slightly in the money. But remember, Netflix I believe is below GN now. Let me double check that for you, but I guess GN's 547. So maybe if we get like a bounce back to test the gap at like 68, that might give you a slightly better exit. But I would say if the market fails 50 here and keeps going down, you probably want to get those closed. Up to you, but those are two possibilities. Oh, and it did fail 50. That's the breakdown in futures, I believe. Yep. So we'll see if 49.60 triggers more selling. It's a pretty important level. Remember, market makers selling. Well, starting to sell into falling prices. Not quite there yet, but we're pretty close. Not a lot of dip buying out of the MM right now. Hmm. Still really trying to find some stability here. That delta. Calls are still closing. Starting to see a little bit more put buying again. Looks like the 45 and 35 levels. Seeing the majority of that volume right now. There are definitely some calls at 50 and 60. But not much other than that. And 55 is a huge resistance. If you bounce out of this, we just end up in the same super complicated situation as yesterday. No, we're pretty far below that right now. We'd have to bounce all the way back like above 5,000, which I think is pretty unlikely. If we bounce back from this, I would say like 49.75 maybe. Might have like another 5 minutes of chop or so. Isn't this where we're supposed to close our CCs to make it go up again? I mean, most of those are above 5,000, so if they close them, I don't think it would. I mean, we are seeing calls closing, but yeah, they're out of the money. They don't have very much effect. We dropped too much. If we dropped to like 49.95, then yeah, they could have closed a bunch of sold calls and probably stabilized us, but this is, $50 below that. Why another 5 minutes? Cause could be a little longer, maybe like 6 minutes. Is that better? We witnessed a run from 4,100 to over 5,000. Is this when we see 4,000 again? That's a very long way away. Let's worry about gamma neutral and delta neutral right now. Who's the Giga Chat with the $200 million in the money call spread on Nvidia? Probably Pelosi. We're getting very, very close to VIX 15. Nasdaq's kind of flatlining. Did we leave any gaps on ES? Can someone check? A very small breakout on the gap fill. See if they're trying to short vol. Not really. Still seeing calls and puts. Long put, short calls. Maybe a little bit of an uptick. 49.50 calls. 60 is not moving too much. Delta got a little bit of a bump. But we have almost immediate resistance at like 55, 56. Even if we do break up here. Right about where the EMA 30 is there. Netflix is still kind of trying. Nvidia recovered 700. Meta lost 65. Vanna down 368. Apple's down 1.2. Jesus, Upstart's down 7%. GME back under 14. Beyond's down 5. Oh, they're just getting murdered. I think if QQQ fails, then we're probably good to go. And it's not looking super strong. Like, NQ could definitely fail this test. This is what we're looking at on NQ. This is on the 1 hour, so I'll bring it down to like the 15-minute. So if NQ fails here on this retest of the trends, that's probably going to have more of an impact on dragging us down than anything on SPX. A lot of our stability is coming from NASDAQ right now, so. Fucking dollar is still rocketing, 104.83. The 10 years at 4.279, 20 years at 4.57, 30 years at 4.45. Looks like the 3-month is adjusted up to 5.4, so starting to price out more and more of that, any expectation for a Fed rate cut. And with the 6-month at 5.33, we're not really pricing in much of a May cut either. If we're lifting gaps on the ES, they're too small for me to see. Eyeballing the 1 minute, that's awesome. Is this downside more short term, or is it more than that? Depends on how much we drop. The risk is enormous. So, I mean, the further we drop into sold puts, the worse this gets. VIX 15? Well, let's see how much effort they put into keeping that from breaking, or if we just dump. I told you, popcorn. I was expecting my Feb 20, 49.75, 49.50p to go in the money so fast. Would you risk holding for a week or take profits? I wish stops, you could just reposition it. I think WeBull's adding stops. Stops are an exchange thing, right? Because spreads aren't traded. Spreads aren't traded on the same order book. So some exchanges have stops for spreads, some don't. Usually you'd have to break them apart. So if you have like portfolio margin, it's not a problem. But if you don't, it can be. Is this price action to open us up down here a result of the selling? Well, we dumped through like most of the like supportive charm levels on SPX, right? Especially the collar and 5,000 was huge. I don't know if you guys saw like the gamma charts from last night. But so much of the interest on the chains just at 5,000. I know you guys didn't tell me to buy 5,000 Ps last week, but thanks, Papa. Does do you have a PT for that Tesla put? I mean, it's just like a weekly. But if Tesla fails here, we could go down to like 170, maybe 176 by like the end of the week. It could go lower, potentially. I guess it could lose 175 and test like the long-term trend, but it's still very far from that. I would say if this fails today, we'll probably see a test at like 180. I might get rid of it by then. We'll see though. Once it's in the money, I don't really have to cut it. Ouroboros, welcome to Dillionaire Man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Thank you so much. Tell me what the charm do. It generates a pretty persistent buy pressure into expiration as long as we were above those, but we're no longer above those. And so the effect of them is now nullified. We'll have to see how much charm we lost, but it was definitely a lot. Worth entering something now or waiting? I mean, we're right at resistance, so it's kind of risky. All right, they're fighting back against VIX 15. 55 is the resistance to the upside here. For futures, that's going to be trend. That's going to be like kind of right where we're at. 49, 68, 25. Maybe just 49, 68. Shorten the fuck out of the money put. Jesus Christ. How much risk do I want to take on these? QQQ did break just a little bit higher. I'm not sure that's bullish. Regain the trend just a little bit. So we got some call buying at 60 here. Puts are still coming in a little bit, so there's some pullback. Later, Youngberg. Song God. Thanks, Lawrence. Excited to learn about the markets. Awesome, man. Well, welcome aboard. You've successfully dodged every meta question I've thrown so far, but I've got a lot in the hopper. Okay. What do you got? What's the question? Hey, Gherkin, I think I have a strat that can save the bulls. What if, and bear with me, ha ha ha, they sell puts, pump tech, buy 0 DT calls. Okay, so strong strategy. Don't disagree with it. But all their sold puts are above them. So the question really is, can they leverage up from this position without repositioning those sold puts? Don't forget the yields are also going up, which makes leveraging up even harder. So they would kind of have to like triple down on their triple down, which is a bit tough. Do you think QQQ March 1st? Why March 1st? Usually that contract's less liquid than the end of the month contract. Just FYI. Buy 3 billion in out of the money 0 GTA calls, and we're back above 5K by close. Easy. there's a lot of puts right now. They're mostly all sold, but yeah, okay. So get an out of the money call, just in case. Castellosaurus, I'm gonna be a dad by end of day. Probably not gonna trade much the next couple weeks. Have to be a dad. Years. Leaving these Vega puts open to turn into Delta puts. Thanks for all you do. Helping me drain my baby's college fund. I will teach her the way of the pigeon whales instead. Excellent. Just read her Options as a Strategic Investment in Options and Volatility Pricing by Nattenberg every night before bed. It's simple. Then you've made the like nature's best algo. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. Here comes the rip. There's a distinct possibility that you're correct. We did break 55, which was the put wall. There's another put wall at 60 that's still pretty big. So we have to see if they can keep it up. Hmm. Should be at resistance now. Delta's still rising. Tesla's still falling off. Okay. Nvidia's green on the day, which is fucking absurd. IWM still looks pretty weak. How's RSP? RSP is down 200 BPS. So this is tech has to drive almost all of this. There's no breath. And while it's starting to catch up with ES, it still doesn't look that great. Tech, you mean Nvidia? No, need more than just Nvidia. We'll need probably like Microsoft and Meta. Meta's coming back though. Microsoft's not doing too bad. Apple still kind of looks like shit. Amazon. Hmm. What a genius idea. Fucking legend. I'll watch a stream with her during the day too. Just can't let Mon find out about our little gambling. I mean, trading secrets. Thank you so much, Costellosaurus. Get the fuck off the markets and do family things, dude. You're not gonna miss the crash. Mm. Volume's starting to drop on NQ a little bit. 17,750. We're just shy of resistance on ES though. We'll see. Momentum should be starting to shift a little bit back towards the bear side here. But we're not quite there yet. Why are you not in calls yet? I have calls. People will come in within expectations and rocket this thing to 5,100. When the fuck has anyone ever given a flying fuck about PPI? That's a joke. Whoosh. Should have sold 49.47, I guess. Okay. Whether this fails or not is pretty important, I think. Ball's starting to pick back up. Seeing a little bit of an attempt at stabilizing here, but puts are being bought slowly again. The biggest concern is there could still be a little bit of upside. Retest the high. Maybe not. Oh, if that was the big pushback against VIX 16, it wasn't all that impressive. Or 15, rather. Can we hit 48.50 by next week? Possibly, if we keep selling off. Why dump for SLD here when they can pump overnight session and dump higher tomorrow? Fair. Can we hit 48.50 by next week? Netflix weekly entry here, do you think? 55, 57, 47 for GN. On a weekly? Could be. Hold on. Let me look at something. I don't think this entry is all that important. I guess you could try it. What are you thinking? Like 55? Might work. Well, a failure here is going to pull us back under 55, right? So, and then it's a question of momentum on the 50 test. So they need to break it up right here. Otherwise they get dragged back down into the puts again. Oh, fucker. All right, that's the futures test. 49.81. A little too tight on the stop. Fucking knew it. Want to make sure we got a hot print. Hmm. Things are flattening out here. Upside resistance is building at 49.70. And a little bit at 49.65. It's kind of the end of where the call buying is. It's not a lot of 70 calls. There's some 75 calls, but there's still a really strong put ramp back down to 55. $49.70. They still haven't dropped VIX. No, they haven't. I mean, the only way to drop VIX right now is to push their sold puts back out of the money. Like that's really what they need to do to bring VIX down. They're trying really hard, but I'm worried that the pump is too focused on tech. And there's not enough breadth to support it. So it may just be like that they're pumping so that they can de-risk more. And I'm sure there's dip buyers and stuff too, but like RSP's down 191 BPS, Dow's down 132, Russell's down almost almost 3.5%. So all of this very much still all in tech, right? Which I mean, not that tech can't do a lot. It can. But everything else is dragging it down. I mean, Mag 7's still only 30% of the index, right, Popcorn? And if 70% of the index is actively going down and 30% is going up, then the index is going to what? No. If RSP and Dow are flat and there's some supportive breadth, then yeah, we go up. But if all of those are going down against tech, that's not like a winning formula. Back to all-time high. You guys are so impatient. I love how we drop fucking $100 overnight. You guys are bullish because we bounced 13. Just get an out of the money fucking debit spread if you're scared, right? You can get like a 49.75, 50.25 for like probably fucking nothing, right? And if it doesn't go up, just close it. I don't want to buy one, but I will. Make you happy. What, like Friday? We're gonna get some bullish shit. It's gonna be by then, right? Do I want to go 50, 25? Go do $25. 75. 5,000. There we go. That's not fucking AM expiry, is it? Okay. We jumped like this during the last few weeks. It's not the same. At least positionally, it's not the same. Could you sell credit spreads above the debit spread to hedge off some of the cost? Sure. Win shirtless? Not right now. 1 second. What happened? Market allowed to drop 50 bips? This is looking less bullish. What the fuck is this? What is that? Oh, it's like their scanner. How good do Nvidia earnings need to be to continue trading up? I mean, they just need to meet analyst expectations, right? Does Netflix have more upside today? Probably. I don't know. It's a fucking it's clearly got some resistance at 58. Probably sold calls at 60. You guys all try to play Netflix intraday, like sold call pullbacks? Not that it's bad, just risky. The SPX is going to close at 5,000 again, isn't it? It might. We're not below delta neutral yet. But I will say it's not looking great right now. Despite repeated attempts to gain some traction here, they're really not doing all that great. NQ's starting to fail a little bit. Kind of in line with trend. A little below it. I mean, ES looks technically bearish as fuck. Still want to see us lose that 49, 60, 50 level. That one's pretty important. But I don't think we pick up any big sellers till we get under 49.60. And SPX, yeah, we kind of want to be below 49.31. Ideally by end of day, in order to get a continuation of this into the back half of the week. That'd be dope. But nobody was prepared for this, right? Like even even like the furthest out of the money hedging last night, I think was at like 49.75. So I think the drop took everyone by surprise. I think if we pull back here, like if we truly get a continuation of the breakdown, 5%'s going pretty easy. Nobody expected both core and headline up, I think. I did a little bit. Although at this point maybe I'm just super bearishly biased, but um I mean our December print was hot, right? And like the shipping issues, like oil hasn't dropped again, right? The thing that gave us those really nice prints in November and December was mostly oil dropping from its big spike over the summer, right? And then like the shipping issues just escalated throughout January. So I didn't really expect it to be I didn't expect it to be that cool. I knew that there was some risk of the revision cooling it off, but looks like it didn't. I'll be honest, I was 5-1 puts, expecting to diamond hand puts into the dirt, even though Gherk said I wouldn't have deserved it. I mean, I'm just glad all of my fucking dead straddle legs came back to life today. I had puts at like 5,000, 49.95, and 49.75 from fucking last week that were just dead. Um, so I'm pretty happy today. This is why you buy theta on the put side of the straddle when you're nearing a top. Do you think losing 55 opens up a low retest? I think if we lose 50, which is the next largest pile of short puts, there's a very good chance we lose gamma neutral on the weekly. And if we lose gamma neutral on the weekly, there's a really good chance we lose gamma neutral on the monthly. So we're guaranteed not to lose 50 today. I could see a push to keep that from happening. That's definitely I don't know what's a bigger risk here actually, 50 or VIX over 15, but they both present a problem. Usually days like this, we would have already bear flagged back up to the gap, right? And the fact that we haven't even tested the gap again is not a good sign, right? Like everyone talks about how like like all of these drops have led to bullish reversals before, but all of these drops have also just started off like that, right? And we open and then we just move up, 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 up until we finally get back above the short puts, and then we rock it, right? But we're not doing that today. That's kind of, I mean, we're not that far into the day, but we're far enough into the day that we should have seen a more substantial turnaround by now. And also, VIX isn't getting like curb stomped back to like 14, 13, right? VIX is still very elevated. So yeah, I mean, as long as we're above gamma neutral, then yes, all dips are bullish. But if we fail gamma neutral, which we still could, things change. Is this the if we give a massive cookie explanation for where we're going? If we lose A, we lose B. If we lose B, we lose C. If we lose C, we'll probably want milk to go with it. Exactly. People like the structure, Atomic. We gotta stop giving the bulls the playbook to succeed. I picked up some like out of the money debit spreads, C-mill. Anyone else's Vega puts still red? I have a couple from I have a couple from like late December that are still underwater, but the rest are up. What happens if we lose E before A? Well, then you'll be rich, Popcorn. Can we just keep gapping down for 3 days, like June 22nd? No, that was like almost a market crash. I mean, if Netflix fails here, yeah, I would say so. It's pretty distributive. Look, I mean, I don't know intraday, but it looks like there's a lot of sold calls at 60. They've been moving down. Last week they started off at 70, then they were kind of like at 65. Seems like they're moving to 60 now. Netflix still needs to fail gamma neutral to really drop though. I mean, it's awesome because there's a lot of room below gamma neutral for it to keep dropping. So it has a lot of potential range, but it still needs to fail that test to realize any of that range. That's why I got theta on the debit spreads. They're for next month. I mean, you picked a bad entry, Thunder. That's why. You waited till we like stabilized and then bought a call or a put. That's not a good put entry. This was a good put entry. This might be a good put entry. This was not a good put entry. We test the gap and start filling. How high could this realistically go? Back to 5,000? I mean, that would be the goal. Would be to get it back over 5,000. Yeah, I would wait for Beyond to drop a bit. Back below that target that I was talking about last week. I can tell you kind of where that price is right now too. It fluctuates a little bit, but we want to see Beyond back below, well, basically back below $6 again. So there should be one more now that it's on Reg Show. That should open up some liquidity, and we should see like one more big drop below like 595, and then that's where I'd start Once that flattens out, that's where I'd start looking for calls. Or at least that's where I'm gonna start looking for calls. No problem, dude. Is 10 a.m. a good put entry? I mean, I made a little bit of money off puts back there. Not much, though. Maybe 10? No, it was fucking... Well, I mean, if you... I don't know. Did you get stopped out here, or are you still just holding them? Is SMCI gonna hit $800 today? Probably. It's fucking... I don't know. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of breaking down a bit. Price increase on this and ARM are fucking stupid. What's ASML doing? Why the fuck is ASML only $900? Oh, it got shit on today. I might have some upside. XRT got smashed. Let's see. There's the test. Still pretty deeply negative. Next resistance to the upside is 68. 68. Have to not buy Synthlongs on Fubo under 2. Still appropriate? I picked up some on the last drop. I might pick up some more here if it falls. I don't know, maybe if it falls back to like 180, I'd get them. The leverage is a little better the lower it goes. Also still holding puts from 10 a.m. Okay. I mean, you better hope this fails. Or maybe it just doesn't even matter at this point. Hmm. Back to open. Another fail? Huh. Alright. How far out? Oh. What the fuck did I buy? I know there were past earnings. Oh, they're not in this account. I have March 15, $2 put, 250 calls. 2-1. Yeah, it's snowing like fucking crazy outside. RSP's picking up a little strength, but it still looks like shit. It's like the highest the dollar's been since like November. Yields are still too low. What else do we have today? Anything else coming up? I don't think so. Red Book came out already. That was down a bunch. Oil change. Yeah, not much. Yields on German bonds picked up this morning. Business optimism index drops. How long until we shift again? Could be a while. I think we still have a little bit more upside on this, but maybe like 25 minutes. 25, 30 minutes, something like that. I still think we can move up like another, like into the gap, like few bucks. Maybe 68 was the high test there. Maybe retest 68. We're getting a lot of vol shorting. So a little more confidence of sold puts to the downside. Are you seeing much change in OI? No, not particularly. We're getting I mean, I guess incoming options are slightly more bullish, but the ones that are already on the chain are still pretty bearish. Because we have like a defensive put ramp from like 70 to 80. And then we can get dragged back down the puts to 55. So we're kind of right in the middle of just a shitload of puts. Whatever happened with Siri? Nothing. They have like a merger agreement with Liberty XM. It's been, or Liberty Media rather. It hasn't really been doing anything. It's just been chopping between like 4 and 550. I guess it finally lost 5 last week. Well, week before. No, last week. It finally lost $5. Down a little bit today. I think most of the people buying it are just collecting the dividend and the borrow. Com is so stable. Yeah. They're selling vol right now. And they've been selling it all morning. It's just not having much of an impact. They really need to get the 70 to really crush VIX back down. They need to get the 49.75 strike back in the money. And the 5,000s, ideally. But at a minimum, 49.75. What is NQ doing? Yeah, NQ doesn't look so hot though. So, it's either fails hard or rips hard. Yeah. Right now, there's just not a ton of volume. Volume's just declining and declining and declining. But it's the midday. We'll see what happens in a little bit. Hmm. It's either fails hard or rips hard. Where do you see a push to on SPX? Well, we start to pick up more upside resistance right here. So this should be the most important resistance, like right here, 68, 69, right in this range. A breakout above this would be pretty bullish. But it's got to break through quite a lot of resistance. So his resistance at 69. I think NQ looks a little bit weak. If NQ fails, then this'll and that'll kind of pull all the support out from what's propping this up. We're starting to see RSP slip a little. Well, I guess we're starting to see Russell slip a little. RSP is still pretty flat. $157.65. So yeah, RSP is still down about 150 BPS, but Russell's starting to drop. And then yeah, I think it mostly depends on Nasdaq. If Nasdaq loses the 17,750 level, then it could fail. If it fails back to like 1700, we're probably gonna pull down pretty hard. We'll find out though. Everything's like consolidating right now, so it's hard to say. I don't know, Grim 2, maybe. 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 I don't know, G Thanks, dude. Trading options is it beneficial to use level 2 data? No. I mean, there's an order book for options contracts, but it's usually pretty slim. Is there a different tool I should be using? You should probably have some idea of positioning and the levels you're trading. You should also have a deep understanding of options pricing. Dixie's still going up. Yeah. Well, pulled back a little, I guess. I mean, it's still up a lot. It's not currently going up. Yeah, okay. Well, it's choppy. Let's just say it's choppy. But it's still at that like 104.80 level. Do you have any Fed speakers today? Brainerd came out and said a bunch of shit at 11:13. Real wages are up, helping to offset inflation gains. We need to see lower prices at the grocery store. Grocery margins remain high, hurting consumers. And then Jean Pierre said, we're not focusing on 1 month data to assess inflation. Hmm. So Fed swaps are now pricing in less than 100 basis points at easing. And it looks like they've moved rate cuts out to June. Oh, to July. Fully to July. And odds are reduced on May and June cuts. So everyone's freaking out now that basically, like, what? Like Powell's gonna cut into either not gonna cut or cut into rising inflation. Remember when they were saying 6 rate cuts this year? They had 6.5 priced in over 7 meetings at the peak. By trade, I'm a carpenter, so I like playing with my wood and my tool. Nice two-tone sausage. NDX might be failing trend here. That's what I've been saying. Yeah, NQ looks like it could break down. And NQ's what supported most of this move to the upside. So if we see a drop in NQ, it's highly unlikely that the tiny bounce in RSP is going to be supportive. Arguably, we're already starting to kind of lose that trend, but we'll see. Could still maybe consolidate a little more. This is the 5 minute. Probably better look at the 15. Go like that. No, that's not a bull flag. Don't worry, guys. It's gonna drop straight up. I don't care. I have hedges out of the money. Same shit either way. WeBull stuck. Oh, there you go. It's almost a little more obvious on QQQ. Ooh. Tech needs to refinance at higher rates. Probably, yeah. Do you remember, Silly? All formations break to the moon. I know. All dips are bullish above GN. Formations are irrelevant. You think our Airbnb earnings will be decent? Not playing it no matter what you say. I'm just curious. Maybe. I know there's been. I know hospitality's done pretty well on the reported earnings so far. It's possible. Although people have been kind of pulling away from Airbnb because the costs are so excessive compared to a hotel. They're trying to go for 49.75. That is absolutely the goal. But there is resistance. And running out of steam here wouldn't exactly be good for them. I'm getting an Airbnb for my Iceland trip in June because it's cheaper for more perks than the crazy hotel prices. But Iceland's a tourism economy. Yeah. Usually Airbnbs are more money than hotels. At least in my experience, they tend to be a bit pricier. Once you factor in like the cleaning fees and all the other bullshit. Does fast gamma matter? No. A little bit, but no. If you need multiple bedrooms, Airbnbs get price competitive really fast. Does anything matter besides short vol? I mean, yeah. Price to short vol matters a bit. When you rent a mansion for yourself. I don't know. I like hotels better. I don't like fucking staying in Airbnbs. It's always weird. It's always weird to stay in someone's house. I want the service, right? I mean, you want to be charged a $400 cleaning fee? No. Oh, you don't want to be charged? Yeah, I don't want to be charged a $400 cleaning fee. Hotels are convenient. They provide a way better service. They're better in every way. You mean an underwater property by Blackstone? You see that? You've obviously never been to a trade show with a bunch of people in your company. Actually, I have. But I had my own fucking room. Like last year when I went out, or it was the year before when I went out to California, it was like the choice between like an Airbnb for like 560 a night or staying at the peninsula for 1,000. Peninsula every fucking time, without a doubt. Stay in somebody's fucking shack in Cerritos. Fuck that. Jokes aside, imagine we break 70, 75 here and we just run back to 5K. So you can end up back at 49.50 by Friday. Perfect. For a family, Airbnb is pretty nice. Hotels have big rooms. You can get a suite. Plus, you get bulk prices on alcohol. So tell me about your wild weekends at NAM, dork. Getting murdered in your sleep is part of the Airbnb experience. The last time I stayed in an Airbnb, the owner wanted to like fucking hang out. They lived in the other half of the house and they wanted to like hang out with us. And he was a cool guy. He was like single dude, like mid 40s, but it was weird. I saw I went to a trade show in Vegas. We stayed at the same place that Sinatra and his band used to stay at. The Flamingo? That place is a shithole nowadays. Who's one of the benefits? Read the contract. I didn't have time. What's with people you rent residences from wanting to hang out with you? I don't know. Maybe I just give off that vibe. I haven't been to NAM since like 2016. Missing out. What's the wildest thing that happens at Disney World? No. And the call buying is going kind of wild. They're really trying to get this back up to 75. I'm at Kyle Glass. That's awesome. Are we done with downs for today? Not necessarily, but right now we're not going down. Nasdaq's breaking up a little bit. It's kind of weak, but it's still breaking up a little bit. And yeah, there's still resistance at 70, 75, and 80. God, this is boring. Checkmate Lee Skyler. Me love base. Cool. Implications of USD JPY moving back up to 150, or is that a moot point by now? I don't think it's moot. It's just that I mean that's gonna come with tighter financial conditions. Which I mean, we're seeing. Can you draw where I entered my put again so I can feel the pain? Oh yeah. It was like right here. I mean, I don't think you're completely fucked, right? But you're not. You definitely picked a bad entry. I mean, even if you picked the good entry there, though, if you didn't cut it, you'd still be underwater, right? So all of this, and they've gotten VIX down 40 cents. I averaged down, don't worry. I wasn't. There's no more news today. I mean, that's kind of the biggest issue with the bear case into the end of this week. I mean, we've lost the support from Charm, which is cool, but outside of PPI tomorrow, which is fucking unimportant, right? And some foreign shit this week. The only other really important data point we have is like retail sales, maybe jobless claims. No, we do have, and so everything on Thursday is kind of a busy day, I guess. We have jobless, industrial production, and retail sales. And Dork's favorite report, the NOPA crush report. Fridays, what's Friday got? Why does it list PPI 2 days this week? What the fuck is that? Do we have PPI tomorrow? Or on Friday? Should be tomorrow, right? 30-minute timer just stopped. Oh, okay. Oh, let's see if we lose the trend. Yeah, we're still like 5 minutes off. God, this is moving painfully slow. Yeah, it's still like 5 or 10 minutes. What time is it? Yeah, it's like 5 or 10 minutes still. I'm not biased, but let's lose the trend. You're super biased. I also bought one at the bottom, literally. Jobless claims up 0.01% and we rocket 200 bips. The labor market needs to soften so fucking much, man. It's so ridiculous. It's like one of the strongest labor markets in 50 years. Teach me how to tell time with options. Well, first you want to download a PDF of your options contract and strap it to your wrist. Then you want to buy that little AI device that they sold at CES. And you want to tell it that you're Justin Timberlake in the future. Bulls need to feel a lot more pain for being so wrong. Yeah. How can it soften if we need more people to make more stuff? I mean, I don't even think most of the jobs that are available are hiring. I think they're just available. You tried the new volcano cheese pizza? I don't. Is that from like a specific place? What does that involve? Just think 50% of boomers have retired. Yeah, but they don't pay they don't pay pensions to work at like a fucking pencil factory anymore, you know? So no one wants to do that shit. It's a volcano of cheese. I don't understand it. We have 20 open spots, but 0 hiring signs out front. I mean, it seems like you should get your shit together. Pension? What's that? Don't worry. It would get blown up anyway. I blame the resilient market on OnlyFans and an excess of stay inside perverts. I mean, we don't have sex robots yet. This I think that's a 35-year Ticonderoga veteran. Oh, those are the fancy ones. Me either. I was explaining how words work. I mean, I understand that. I'm not wrapping my head around the concept. Now everyone's gonna get overly bearish because Thunder's shitty put printed. You guys are very. You guys' emotions really like swing the gamut from tick to tick. Like bears are always super bullish. Bulls are always super bullish. You want to be here. I feel nothing. Same. Actually, bears are more bullish than bulls. Bulls are like, fuck. My 50/50s I bought for the end of the week yesterday are never going to print. And you guys are like, we're going back to 50/50. How do middle class people avoid losing the equity in their homes to state Medicaid repayment clawbacks? Asking for my parents' living trusts, 10 years from retirement, and also my inheritance. Yeah, probably you getting a hold of the property before they rack up a bunch of debt. But Sweden and some European countries have just moved forward with killing off the old people. That might be an option. We haven't passed that legislation here, but I feel like we're well on our way to that particular dystopia. Just like what, like, like how your parents have to have the sex conversation with you when you're a teenager. You just have to have the "I can't afford your old ass anymore" conversation when they're like 65. Let's call that the nuclear option once we've exhausted all others. It's super sad, but I mean, look at like the wealth disparity and the cost of senior living. I mean, who the fuck's gonna foot the bill, right? I mean, the Vikings used to just chuck the old people off a cliff. They should have thought about that before getting old. I mean, old and not rich, right? You can enjoy the privileges old age if you're wealthy. That's Midsummer. I saw part of that movie. It's fucking weird. Um, Off the Cliff, same like Valhalla, same like To the Moon. Okay. True meritocracy. Well, people should have just pulled themselves up by the bootstraps and eaten less avocado toast. The military is offering jobs for seniors with a 50K sign-on bonus. That can't be real. Really? I thought there was like a cap on your age for enlistment. Isn't it like 35 or something or 40? How the fuck do they offer? So they're hiring unenlisted personnel? So we're just pushing everybody over to the actual socialized medicine in this country, which is only for veterans. How Here's my question. How's the GOP against socialized medicine, but pro veteran? It's called cognitive dissonance. Was it like that? Was it like that Republican congressman the other day who was arguing for socializing corporate profits? I liked that guy. If he was going to move forward with that plan, I'd vote for him. They're not pro veteran. They're support the troops. Oh, so it's like pro active service. It's just I refuse to believe that this is real. Click the link. Sign up for the newsletter. I want to know more. Similar, yeah. C-mill. Grook's right. Here in Canada, struggling veterans with disabilities are being recommended MAID, medical assistance, and dying. I mean, that's what we do here, right? It's just we don't talk about it. Like, we put our old people in hospice, and then we just pump them fucking full of opiates. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's probably a great way to die. But that's what we do. We don't talk about it. That's, you know, it's not discussed. But Pfizer appreciates the consumption. Opioids are fun, man. I mean, yeah, right? It's probably not a bad time. But it's also not medical care, right? Military people get health care for doing their job. Why is it hard to differentiate that from free health care for anyone in the country for doing something or nothing? I mean, so you're saying that everybody who's employed should have health care that's free? Okay. I think we could find some middle ground there. Sounds like communism to me. Someone's paying for it. Let the corporations that fleece us out of all of our money pay for it. Fuck them. Why isn't there a party for that? Like, we have the Democrats and the Republicans. Why don't we just have one that's actively trying to fuck corporations as hard as possible? I'd vote for that party. I don't even care if they're successful as long as their only mission is to fuck over corporations and take as much of their profits as feasibly possible. That'd be awesome. We'd make so much money on puts. I don't even care if it gets spent well. Doesn't matter. They can fucking throw it in a trash can and burn it. As long as they take it away from them. It's not communism. If their goal was to eat turds, it would be an improvement. That was FDR. Too bad he couldn't live forever. It's really simple. You use executive power, right? This is the best way to fix our country. I'm convinced. You use executive power to seize control of 15% of every corporation domiciled in the US, right? And then you just pay out a dividend to the people. We have eminent domain for a reason, right? You don't even fuck Congress, fuck the Senate. You don't need those guys, right? You just use eminent domain and seize their assets and then distribute them among the populace. Like the Saudi Arabians with the oil money. With sheer chaos. I don't know a single regular person who doesn't own a major corporation who would be like, oh, stop that. Stop giving me free money, you assholes. This is so un American. Brazilian with PBR? Eh. They don't need to do a crime. Eminent domain. Who cares about the elite? They're like 1% of us. They wouldn't even trend on Twitter. We could just laugh at them. I mean, then don't cash the check. Yeah, NQ's still dumping. Are you convinced that this is a significant drop? I think it's very important if it continues, yes. Yeah, Alaska does it to some degree. There's other countries that do something similar to that. And that doesn't take away any of the desire for corporations to do better, right? You can still tax them. That's separate. But if they want to be more profitable, they're gonna have to make that, 70% that they make count for something, right? You can't tax corporations. That's ridiculous. Well, it's not a tax. You're just a shareholder. The US government is a shareholder of all corporations domiciled in the US. If you don't, hey, listen, you don't have to be here, right? You can go set up shop in Djibouti and see how successful you are. Freedom dividend. Yeah, there we go. That sounds American. You don't need welfare programs anymore, right? That's gonna help with a lot of the debt. If we can generate $3 trillion a year in GDP, why not kick 15% of that back to the people? Everyone gets a yearly jet ski. Because that's not inflationary as fuck. I mean, it's not, right? Because corporations are going to probably raise their prices, which will increase their profits, which will increase their dividend payout. Perfectly balanced. Money is just imaginary anyway, right? So everything goes up. Start the campaign donations now. Gherkin 28. Thank you, adopted by the Dans. Yeah, but it won't work that way in practice. Okay, so some corporations won't charge more, won't make more profits, and will pay out less dividend and fail. Cool, fuck them. It doesn't create a glass ceiling. A campaign if Poopy Pants is Vice. I already promised it's a popcorn. Do you know how many more H100s NVIDIA will have to loan out? At least 30. I'd be surprised if VIX broke 15 today, but if it does, that's very spicy. This is too gross for me to laugh off. Peace. All right. It's not like it's happening. Come on, MNQ. Make me my billionaire 25. What the fuck? You're not there yet? It's dropped 28 points in the last 12 minutes. Okay. Yeah, NQ's retesting the trend, or moving to retest the trend. Hopefully it breaks the trend. And we just keep going down. All new lows. Nice, bravo. Congratulations, man. Well done. Thank you very much for your DD every night. You're welcome, man. I'm assuming this price action hits a brick wall at 49.50. 49.50 is a strong support, but it can break. Is someone fucking burning like bacon? Sounds like someone burned bacon. Am I having a stroke? Someone check my pupils. Nikki Haley just texted me asking me for my vote. Should I dump the deets on our freedom dividend? I don't know who that is. Sorry about that. Cat lady distracted me and it got burnt. It's an Indian neoconservative running for president. Oh, okay. But the math isn't hard. We just figure out, it's really simple. You just figure out what is 15% of all US corporate profits over the prior year, right? And then you divide that by the number of US citizens. No, support. Stop loss hunting. It's just support. Divide by the number of US citizens over 18. Give some money to the kids too. That'll encourage us to start having babies again, right? Oh, did I just solve the decline in birth rate problem also? Yeah, I did. Have more babies, bigger chunk of the pie. That'd be the most accurate census ever. Yeah, I would. Your parents just gonna steal your money until you turn 18. Or it could go into a fund. And then boom. Oh, and then we just solved academic tuition costs. Perfect. So until you turn 18, all the money goes into a fund. And then you can pay for college. Smart and rich don't always go hand in hand. Actually, they frequently don't. Believe it or not, the distribution of intelligence among rich people is the same as everyone else. What if I don't go to college? Then you'll have a bunch of money to start a business with, or just fuck off, right? Whatever you want to do. Where do I send my next 20 checks for campaign donations? Dr. Gingerballs, or he hasn't come on board officially as a campaign manager. Just learn Photoshop and fake a diploma like the rest of us. Oh, Jesus. That's basically what Alaska does with its oil money. Yeah, I know. Saudi Arabia and I think Kuwait also do it. Uh, there's some other similar systems that exist. Not quite the same, but I mean, people would still want to work. You get more money if you work. That's $8,100 per quarter. You know that, right? Is momentum shifting bullish again? No, just flat. We should get a little bit of bullish momentum. Well, we should get some consolidation that could turn bullish over the next hour. I don't think we're going to drop further here. Not yet. Although I suppose if NQ gets rejected again, we could. We still haven't had a breakout. Vivek 28. Sorry, Yerg. I don't know who's that. Really not keeping up with the times. I mean, I don't keep up with politics at all. You don't get anything. You live in Britain. Boiled rainfall. That's not how this works. Shakopee Sioux tribe. All adults and children get $1 million a year in casino dividends. Can't touch till 18. All right. So we can average 2.6 trillion a quarter. Divided by... $330 million. $10.4 trillion a year. That'd be like 31,000 per person. Per year. It's not that crazy. Oh yeah, 15% ownership. I forgot a step. $4,800. I missed the beginning of this. Where's my money coming from? Corporations. But you figure a family, that's gonna be, say, 2 and 2. Two adults, two children. That's 18,000 a year. I mean, you still have to work and shit. Like, it doesn't take away capitalism. I'd become a polygamist at that point and just churn out baby mayo. Gross. I finally undrs and sold my last 100 GME shares today. I bought SPY puts. Gotta get back that $40 cost basis somehow. Oh, I hope you don't lose it all. Breaking down through support here is pretty bearish. Yeah. Hmm. VIX 15? Hey, Gherk, just tuning in. Now that we're so far below 5,000, what are your expectations for the day? I'd like this to continue. More bear time. Is this a head and shoulders? Hmm. No. Where? Where and on which time frame? Like on the 1 minute? Are you just talking about like this? Sure. Or are you talking about this? They're all head and shoulders. Everywhere you look, head and shoulders. Let me zoom in. I'll find you some more. Right here, believe it or not, head and shoulders. I know they don't. You're a head and shoulders. Yeah, actually. Head and shoulders on the one tick. Nice. She is issuing more long duration, but still a lot of short duration. This is bouncing kind of hard. $5? It's bouncing. Still breaking down though on longer time frames. Futures failing to break 49.81 here would be kind of bearish. I think the same's kind of true for NQ at 17,725. At least that's what like local resistance is. Or she'll just kind of by the nerve of scapula you have? I don't know. About the same amount that was at risk with the 10-year above 4%. I mean, the next level of that risk is at with the 10-year at 5%. More of the 1.26 trillion and fair value assets is at risk at 4.25 than it is at 4. Yeah, I'm convinced the only thing that matters is that vol doesn't get too high. I don't think that anybody gives a shit about the price. Yeah, shockingly, correlation hasn't moved up much at all today. Despite the big drop. Like yesterday it was like 4% difference. But man, are they fucking leaning into the carry trade. Look at that shit. Ooh, things are getting spicy. Dixie's just where it's been for the last 2 hours. I'm gonna go see if I can find somebody because this looks boring for a little bit. It's gonna be kind of boring for a minute. So, we could either fail here and consolidate slightly up. So like fail and then consolidate up and then fail again, or alternatively, we could just consolidate up a little bit higher. There is still like a put wall at 65, but it's the weakest one. So there's puts at 70, puts at 65, then a lot of puts at 55. And well, 60. So these are greater. How does call distribution look? Like shit. Calls are still they almost have no weighting. There's a lot of sold puts. But those are kind of yeah. Those aren't really doing too great either. How'd you get so beautiful? I don't know. I stay out of the sun. No. You're thinking of XRT, Brinky, not different mechanics. Jimmy hasn't been on Reg Show since 2021. Well,
It hasn't gone on rickshaw since 2020, I think. Oh, no, it flipped off and on in Feb of 21. Back to 5,000 by the end of the week. What do you think, Dad? It's not impossible, but it's not looking great. I'll be right back. Hmm. I'm back. Looks like complaining is going to be reduced by about 23 BPS. Not bad. Popcorn Traders got this. We no longer need Gork. Are you trying to usurp me? Because I will end all of you. Did you get stuck? Well, in the dryer. I got it. Wait, are people complaining? How are people complaining? They bought puts here today, and they still have them. But why? Because people don't like to put stop losses on their contracts because of what if. People love what ifs. Hot CPI, what mean for Feb, March? Hotter, probably. And then really hot in May. I'm feeling called out right now. Specifically, you are one of the people being called out right now, Farmville. The rest of the people in here have the courtesy to not tell me about their underwater puts that they also bought at the same time. But you, Thunder, very little shame. Ban anybody who doesn't set stops. That would just be all of you. I love what ifs. What if Gherk reciprocated my love? What if Gherk told me sweet nothings? What if Gherk actually loved me? Sorry, man. Alright, later, Baradactyl. Do you have the 0 DTE on your margin account? Yeah. I will chug for you this afternoon to show you my love. You're gonna get cirrhosis of the liver, and you're not gonna be able to love anybody. Breaking down out of a megaphone, mega bearish? Yes. Well, yeah, okay. It's a breakdown on increasing implied volatility. So, increasing realized volatility. So, yeah, it's a little extra bearish. 49.30 test? That'd be cool. Or just close at 49.30 or 49.25. That'd be awesome. Can you explain what pin risk is? Yeah, so say you sell a spread. What's a good example? Let's say on Nvidia, you sold a 710, 720 call spread, right? For this Friday. And Friday's close is at like 718. You're probably going to get assigned on the short put. And so that's pin risk. You can't exercise the long put, it's not in the money, right? So you've just got to hold the shares till Monday, at which point you hope it's still trading at 718 or higher. Or lower, because you're going to be short. You're going to be short fucking 100 shares of NVIDIA. And so that's pin risk. That's easily solved most of the time by closing the spread before that happens. But when you're not using a cash settled instrument, there's always going to be risk of early assignment, especially around earnings or dividends. Have you seen BNED on StockTwits? I've never been on that website in my life. 90% of the comments are monopolized by some dude named the Bull Runner. Okay, well, that makes me want to sell everything. Thanks. You have instant cash settlement, but you can only trade XSP. What would you do the entire day? Make more trades? I mean, the notional moves on XSP don't really give you the you know what? I would probably trade the underlying at that point. Like if I had to trade a lot, right? Or I was incentivized to trade a lot, I would probably just trade the underlying. I assume this is a different country. I don't know if that'd be better than just trading the options, but you don't want to overtrade. But in much the same way that I use futures to trade like choppy price action, you can use like SPY or QQQ shares, right, to do the same thing. Like say you have like a really range bound choppy day and it's got like $8 of range, right? From the high to low. Um Obviously this sucks for options. This isn't what you want with options. You want big moves, big like $10-$20 moves. So in the event of something like this, yeah, you can just trade the underlying. You can buy shares. QQQ flagging the bears. It doesn't look particularly bullish. Definitely a continuation of the downtrend that started at the peak this morning. Although I will say this is very indicative of, tech outperforming breadth. And I know it's hard to believe after we've watched tech to rally to prices that heretofore seemed impossible, but I expect them to continue to try to defend VIX 16. or 15. But if they fail to, then volatility risk increases, right? $50 is wildly important. Are you playing Upstart Earnings? No. I don't think it'll be very good, but in January, the headline consumer price index fell to 3.1%. Interesting. Why are you wording it like that? It sounds deceptive. Oh. I did miss the first part. Why are they separate? We've made significant progress to fight to bring down inflation, Yellen said in prepared remarks during a visit to West Penn Hospital in Pittsburgh. This morning's CPI report showed that the headline consumer price index fell to 3.1%. Well, it does sound deceptive. Why doesn't she just say that the base effect dropped, but inflation continues to rise? Right? Why do they have to be so tricky? She's full tilt political. She really is, yeah. Is it like this? Is this like the market's delayed reaction to Yellen saying a bullish thing? Consumer price index data shows significant progress in flight to bring inflation down. No, it doesn't. She also said U.S. economy continues to grow with historically strong labor market despite lower inflation. We put these people in power. It's all on us. And we didn't do it just once. We did it again and again and again. Is it though? I didn't vote for her. I mean, but your senator did. She was, if I remember correctly, at her last like confirmation was like unanimously voted in. Tell me why you don't care about politics again. Because I see it as being futile. Most people are stupid or complacent or both. I said futile. Not feudal. Futile. It's not futile. Assholes. You take that back. I'm not a serf. Wait. Fool me 99 times, Yellen. Shame on you. Fool me 100. Shame on me. How many lives do I have left, Rims and Tims? I noticed you stopped paying your cult dues again. Do you ever stare at a computer screen so long you feel like throwing up? It's never happened before. I never stop paying, husband. Don't worry. You could. Carl's been working. He's living the pigeon whale dream, really, which is work, quit, blow up port, pickle jar life cycle. Why does everyone feel the need to quit and then go, dedicate all their time to trading? Why not quit after you start making money trading? When's DraftKings earnings? I mean, right off the bat, I'll say I don't like playing earnings. I assume they're tonight. That's why you're asking. They've been doing pretty well, and this is sports season, so I'd imagine earnings should be up. They're expected to put out 8 cents a share on 1.24 billion in revenues. Well, the majority of sports are concentrated in the fall. Okay. It's like World Series through the Super Bowl. I'm not incorrect about this. To be fair, I lost 3 jobs after I started following you. It's true. It's because I taught you how to stand up for yourself. Maybe it's a you thing. Can you do that thing where you say, in about X minutes, the SPX will do this? Ugh. So many demands. Let's say over the next 30 minutes, barring finding support at 49.50 again, we should continue to trend down. No problems, Mokin Trees. I didn't finish answering the question, but thank you so much. Let me tell you something more important about playing their earnings. If you own the underlying, consider hedging it. What's their fucking ticker? DKNG? And the market maker is pricing in a 4.3% move tonight and 9.7% over the next week. So, options are really expensive. So if you're going to approach an earnings like that, it's probably better to be on the sell side of vol. And then you can profit from volatility crush. I've not been doing the same job since I followed you. Nice B-Jets. I made a fresh furikake. Is that what I think? Blackened ahi sandwich with wasabi, garlic aioli for dinner last night. Caught the fish the day before. A tuna? You like? That sounds nice. I don't like fish cooked, though. Not a big fan of cooked fish. STD slot machine got it. I don't think anyone else did. But you're welcome, Smoking Trees. Thank you so much, man. I've lost over 100k on 0 DT since starting to follow you. Something. Friends along the way. Also, I'm net green. If you haven't lost $100,000 in aggregate trading 0 DTEs, have you even traded 0 DTEs? I don't want to see it happen, but liquidity at MQ 17850, complete reversal, has been building a bookmap for a bit now. Yeah, there's some buyers up there. That doesn't necessarily mean they won't move their orders down. Yeah, for sure. I love raw trout. Don't eat freshwater fish raw. Ew. I found some clams on the beach, fried them, and made tacos. A clam taco? You're a generous lover, Deepak Shakur. Clamwich? Well, a taco's not a sandwich. It's more like a hot dog. Raw bass, raw gator. Ugh, so many parasites. I think we've established that hot dogs are tacos on multiple occasions, but maybe some people weren't listening. We have a little bit of downward momentum, but just a little. We also have support at 49.50. So I made clam hot dogs. Nice. Did you put any sauce on it? I put seasoned ground beef, cheese, lettuce, tomato, peppers, etc. in a slice of ham and ate a ham taco more than once. Is that pod racing? I think that's called dieting. Has anybody ever noticed the people who go on the keto diet just swap carbs for nitrates? Nitrates? Yeah. I mean, when presented with the choice between fat or brain tumor, keto chooses brain tumor. When I did keto, I swapped carbs for being miserable. Now you're gonna tell me my diet of only Slim Jims is bad? As long as you're eating red Twizzlers, then I don't care. The brain tumor might have been pre-existing if they signed up for keto. Why can't everybody just do the Mediterranean diet? It's so much better and healthier. You just all you have to do is eat Greek food and not French fries. I'm on the Persian diet. Oh, that's not healthy. How can you eat gyros without fries? Easy. Mediterranean diet means fresh fish straight from your local water source. Do you catch a lot of fresh fish in the East River? You know, the East River is directly next to the Atlantic fucking ocean, right? Also, no, I would never eat anything out of the East River. Ew. Carnivore is great. I tried it. Just hard to dine out with people. Best I've ever felt, too. Yeah, that's before the fatty liver takes over. But that's what happens when you get your diet advice off of a guy on TikTok who pumps himself full of steroids. I bought a 4950p at the bottom that I'm concerned about, as you should be. Joe Rogan isn't on TikTok. Yeah, he is. I don't know a lot about Joe Rogan, but he's definitely on TikTok. Why don't you just take, if you want to be buff, right? Just take steroids. Take steroids and work out. You might not live past 58, but yeah. All the dudes will think you're really hot. Now I'm married. I'm not a doctor. Can you please ask Gork to switch to bottom chat? I want to ask him something, and the YouTube algorithm has rightly marked me as a shit poster. You're just gonna have to DM me, dump into clothes. Like the other shit posters. Because steroids aren't regularly available, you've clearly never been to Tijuana. How do you know this stuff? You looked into roids? I've never done roids. Although my doctor did give me HGH for 6 months. That shit was crazy. For your knee reconstruction? Sure, let's call it that. What did you notice? It gives you like really weird, vivid dreams and night sweats. And it makes you lose weight really fast. My roid shake brings all the dudes to the yard, and they're like, "Dude, bro, you swole so hard." It's not a pill, it's a lotion you massage into the skin. It's an injection. No, it wasn't. I stopped dating fiery Latinas in my early 20s. Sort of. Well, sometimes I did. Dad, Vic's turned 15. Shh, don't scare it. You're scaring it. Stop trying to. Don't scare it. Have you seen the graph that shows if you buy SPX, SPY SPX at close, and sell it the next open, you can greatly outperform the market? True? Historically. That's why I buy straddles every night. Or, well, proof of their efficacy, I guess, more than it is the reason I do it. I've been eating diet shakes for over a month, losing weight, but I've also been eating less. I've been doing none of those things. I've been eating more and slightly more lethargic over the last 2 weeks. I haven't been doing my daily walks. It's been chilly. I married a medium spiced Latina. Oh, okay. Would recommend. Interesting. I've never found the Goldilocks zone on that, but I like being long volatility, so. What ethnicity are chicks you're hunting now? That sounds so predatory. Not hunting anybody. I don't know. I don't really care about that very much. You live in New York City. You don't know cold. We have like 3 feet of snow outside right now. I started Adderall a month ago, and I've stopped eating breakfast and lunch, and instead I pack all 6,500 calories into dinner and after dinner. Wait, why are you eating? Hold on, that's a lot of calories every day, Brett. My alternatives from jalapeno to Carolina Reaper, depending on alternates from jalapeno to Carolina Reaper. Sounds about right. Higher on the Scoville scale. US Fed lowered rates below AUD, or AUD raised rates. Couldn't institutions switch back to the classic carry trade and reduce JPY risk? Yeah, but they haven't. I am not a predator, Bob. I have the utmost respect for women. Yeah, exactly, dump into clothes. I'm the prey. I read a study like the other week that men women find men more attractive. Men and women, actually. This was both. Find the opposite sex more attractive if they show classic submissive animal traits. And to conduct this study, this is where it gets fun. To conduct this study, they showed a group of participants pictures of the same people in different outfits and different poses. And what I learned from it was that if you roll over and show a girl your belly, she's gonna think you're really cute. Life hack. Exactly. Well, that's adorable. And we've got confirmation bias by the one female on the internet. Yeah, they also like ear scratching and eyebrow touching. You're 6'3", 270, 268. Thank you. That's a big chick if she's preying on you. It's a psychological battle. More like a face hugger, you know? Allegedly. I'm not showing you my belly. That's why I, a man, wear crop tops. So being doe-eyed is real? Maybe. Maybe that explains why... Where was I going with this? Hold on. Have you guys ever had a friend that's kind of dumb, but ends up with, like, really hot girls all the time? Not just dumb. It doesn't have to be dumb, but like he's missing a couple marbles. Yeah, a loser. How tall were you before the HGH? 6'5". I thought you were going to stop out of the first part. I was totally going to just say you. Just like kind of clueless. You know those people that are so dumb they're happy? Have you ever met one of those? To any happy person? Yeah. Yeah. You're describing my puppy. Also, some men. And women. I know a guy who broke an actual hammer. A golden retriever is maybe the most extreme example of that. I don't trust happy people. Not at all. That's why I don't tell you guys my name. Some of you are happy. In all honesty, I have my doubts about this theory, but maybe it's where I should have been looking. Maybe. I mean, define happy. I'm content. Your name's not Gherk? Based on your hat, I thought your name was Vincent William Allen Paulson. Wow. Was that the only name that you could find with these initials? So my Tinder profile should say something like, I identify as a golden retriever, have some pictures of showing my belly and stuff, maybe get like a cute collar, you know? Yeah. Or you know, like rubbing your forehead with like your wrist, but with a soft hand. You have to keep the hand soft like this. You know? So it almost looks like a paw. If you make your hand too hard, it'll just look like you're saluting them. Summon Trash Dan. I'm even more attracted to you now. Okay, I'm gonna stop you all. Please don't do this. Nope, do it. We'll do anything for peanut butter. Dad, Vix has hit puberty. It's gonna be confused for a while. It's really not gonna like you very much, but I feel like almost all of you are forgetting. This still only works if you follow rules 1 and 2 first. I was always told to growl at women and bite their ear to assert dominance. I'm so confused now. Don't do that. I don't know who told you to don't do that. Be attractive, don't be unattractive. That's nonsense. Like, I have a good beard, but I'm pretty fat, and I don't have any problem. Hey, is my 4940p that I already sold at a loss going to go in the money? Probably. Yeah, but you have money. Yeah, but it's not like I like have a t-shirt with my fucking updated bank account balance on it. It's not like I try to slide my brokerage account into conversations. Why not? Okay, compelling. You have the money accent? What the fuck does that mean? He meant your face as money. Oh, okay. That's definitely going into the merch shop. Remember that video where some Chad tries to impress a woman in a bar by showing his Robin Hood port or some such? Oh, you mean the fat middle-aged contractor with 100 grand in Bank of America? I saw that video. I mean, at that point, just pay for high-end prostitutes, right? Like, if that's the only game you've got. It's the sexually irresistible VWAP hat. I don't wear this ever. Unless I'm on the stream. How do I beat a Cannon Rush on SC2? Zerg Rush? I forget. I think Zerg Rush is like the counter to that. You have to like rush in and kill their workers. Another lie, you hang it on your bedpost. I thought that was just Vlad Tennant. He forgot to hold the phone with a limp wrist while displaying his port. Exactly. Are you who I just cannon rushed? No. Then pull, I think it's 4 probes to attack the pylon. Keep another worker on another group to prevent them from building more pylons or walling off with cannons. Yeah, you just have to like harass the other worker and then take down the pylon, right? I don't think that's a very like I don't think cannon rush is all that advanced of a strat. Because I remember it, and that was 15 years ago. I'm sure StarCraft has changed in 15 years, right? Right? I saw a comedian shtick yesterday about a woman saying now that she's in her 30s, she looks for guys with dad bods because it implied financial security. If he eats, I eat. Smart. Very smart. Is that how I get a sugar mama? Do you have a new link to the Discord? The one in your description seems to have expired. Has it? That one shouldn't ever expire. Nope, that one works. I mean, look at 600 Pound Life and tell me any of those people are financially secure. I mean, they're financially secure enough to eat all the food in the world and never work. Maybe, although it sounds more like that's how you become a sugar daddy. I've been looking for expensive dresses and hard to notice plastic surgery. That's how I've been trying to track down a sugar mama. But maybe I'm going about it wrong. I just want to be a kept man. But with a yacht. You need a Russian oligarch's wife, but he needs to be dead. Because I don't want to get assassinated. Sounds like you should have stayed with Larry then. Oh man. Fucking picking the cheese out between his toes every night just got to me. What would you even do? Gamble her port? See? There's Tochi sells for 15K an ounce on the black market. You better start collecting some of it to get those mortgage payments down, because your interest rate just shot up today. Shut up a whopping 2%. Jesus, really? Dude, you can't finance at that rate. That's crazy. Probably more based off the move in the like 2030. It's just a way to grow your port empire. Yeah. A total mortgage payment. The interest rate probably moved up by 2% in relative terms. I see. 5-year arm to delay, then refi. That might not be a bad idea. Risky, though. At least over the next 2 years, pretty risky. I'm way more bearish than that. How low can we go today? Potentially? We're probably getting near as low as we're gonna go. I guess 35 is possible, but still kind of unlikely. Maybe during power hour or something. I think for now, it looks like we're kind of just chopping around 50. But yeah, there's still puts all the way down to 35 before they start to fall off. CPI scaring the bulls? Yeah. I mean, probably not, but it fucked the bulls pretty hard. Don't say that. I just bought 4900s for today. Can JFresh tell us where the death mark is for volatility? Losing 4950 is a big deal. We haven't quite lost it yet, but if we do, that's an important level. Then 4900, 4860. Yeah, rolling. There's rollover this week, Mikey. What happens when we break 4750? Down. That's like delta neutral. Like 3 to 5% usually. Sometimes more. Dixie gonna get 105. It's still 10 cents off. But fuck if the 5-year isn't up 3.65% today. Not familiar with the word down. Is it Latin origin? Sanskrit. I think if we break 50, we test GN weekly, then most likely GN monthly on the longer term time frame. Sure, there's less puts down here now than there were earlier today though. Before we bounced earlier today, we had puts like all the way down to like 49.20, which is below GN on the weekly. I mean, I guess if we moved to 35 today, sure, we could probably still test weekly GN. But more zero DTE puts are going to have to come in than what is currently on the chain. Not that that's not happening right now on a breakdown of 50, right? But say no more. 2 incoming. Jesus Christ. Tomorrow's Vixpiration. God, I fucking love this. Ooh, yes. Ooh, Tesla new intraday low? Not QQQ though. What if I told you guys the pump and tech was just every sold call across all of the Mag 7 closing at once? I'd buy more puts. So just check my account. Looks like I have a ton of BNED $2 calls for April. Oops. I don't even have them for April. I have them for March. What if I told you VIX was not so much of a scam? Free the VIX 2024. We're doing it, guys. Is the VIX considered free at 16? Also, are we going to get that today? In what world is a $1 trillion company like Nvidia swinging $30 a day? Did you never trade Tesla? We're still above GN. We're still above GN. We're still above GN. Yeah, but it's only like $9, right? Just wait for Popcorn Trader to full port puts and then buy calls. Good signal. Hmm. Those are doing better. Still need CrowdStrike to go down. That's when we know the market's gonna dump. CrowdStrike stays red. How long are you holding those Tesla puts? That's like $5 in the money. My March 3200Ps are alive. That was a nice uptick in my Vega contract, so I'm not gonna be humble about it. This seems risky for short vol. Is this what momentum looks like? It is. I'm back to break even. D'Artagnan, break even on the day after CPI losses as well. Gherk's the GOAT if you didn't know already. Thanks, man. When's our downside target now? Also, would you hold 49.95p overnight? Expires in 2 DTE. Are you gonna hedge it at all? I mean, like an out of the money debit spread or something like that, just in case, like a gap up with PPI or something like that, or no? Negative 2% day on the cards. Oh yeah. Fucking skews barely moved. Look at this. Nobody cares about responsible tail risk hedging. Let's hedge. Only downs. There'll come a day, Cobra, when we're getting real downs, that you'll be very, very happy that you bought $1 debit spreads out of the money. This is what peak tail risk hedging looks like. Seems like the tail risk hedging we have at home. I can't believe I almost bought calls this morning. I mean, that would have also made money. Unless you kept them. Skew updates intraday. Do you have the CBOE data? I don't think it updates often, but it updates like once or twice per day. It does on TradingView. Nothing about when it's updated in its fucking white paper. Well, now I'm trying to figure out if TradingView is just giving me a delayed skew update or if it updates with the CBOE OI update at noon. But the white paper doesn't seem to have any information on it. But maybe TradingView is not giving you real skew and it's just calculating skew. I know we're going down. I'm gonna have to find something else. Yeah, down. I don't know. We're not at support yet. I guess we're at ES 4950, which might act as a bit of a support. But I'll be right back. Gherk made so much money he abandons the stream. I could do that at any point. But I don't. That's how you know I'm indifferent. Is this a time to get stopped out or add to winners? You know, you can add to winners and then put stops on the additional position, right? Just because you bought a cake doesn't mean you need to smash it on the floor and fuck it. Help, I ruined it. What? That's where you're wrong, Chief. I bought more VXX ADCs. God damn it. Fake ES support at 4950? I mean, it's not really a support level, but psychologically it matters. The actual next downside support on ES is probably the local trend, or like 39 40 49 33 25, which is down here, and then 49.25 right after that. So these are actual historic supports. This is, I mean, 49.50 is psychological, but I bet all those people that guy was watching on Bookmap pile into a full reversal long may have given up or repositioned. Jesus fucking Christ. The 5-year is up 4.25%. Guys, it's happening. We're almost back at September rates. Repeat after me. Banks are strong and resilient. No, they're not. Come on, Vix. You can do it. Return to mean. Okay, so I made money and I don't like it. It's uncomfortable. I'm sweaty from winning when I'm used to losing. Yes, I have stops. Banks are surrounded by parking lots. This is true. Which makes them more expensive to air condition. No songs. I have puts in the margin account I can't close. Only more. I just want more down, ideally. Looks like we've gotten some out of the money interest at 30, 25, 20. And, you know, what's one extra leg to the downside, right? It's not a big deal. Can you call crowd analysts and tell them it's not worth this much? Just stand outside the building with a sign that says this company is overvalued. That'll surely get the price down. I thought gamma should always be lower further out. So it should. Are you sure you're not looking at OI? But it could just be that the OI is so much higher. Salty. So I mean, if the near dated contract only has a few options, and the end of like the far end of the chain is where all of the options interest is, then it is possible for it to have more gamma. Did you have BNED calls? I've speculated. Is this a squeeze on VIX? Not yet. But we did just bounce and VIX went up, which is neat. Was it surprising how little resistance 49.50 had? I mean, it had a good amount, right? We fucking... It caught us earlier this morning. It just didn't do so great here. I sold 555p weekly on Netflix is sweating. Do you think it will hold that till end of week? Fuck off. Oh, Netflix. I thought you said Nvidia. I'm sorry. I was like, Nvidia would have to drop 10% a day for 3 days. Why didn't you close it, man? Just close the fucking sold put. You had an opportunity to close it earlier out of the money. We almost tested 60. But I'm greedy. Well, you're going to lose out on your longer dated put. And you're going to have to sell it to cover your shorter dated put. No. I mean, I sold most of my meta position yesterday. I just couldn't close anything in this account because I don't have any trades. But I sold them today, immediately. Can you confirm it yesterday when I asked you if we were at the end of the market? We were in fact at the end of the market. I want to sell something against my long put. Everything's nosediving. You want exposure on your long put. You don't want to sell something against it. Turn it into a debit spread if you want to ruin your profits. You're selling the option against the put at the wrong time. No, buying a Friday 4900p isn't safe. But we're pretty close to it. Killed it today, Mr. Collins. Thanks, NW. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Due to settle cash timing, I'm trading in Vanguard again today after a long hiatus and can confirm it is painful. Yeah. And they're banning 0 DTEs? Wait, are you fucking serious? No, today was not the same as yesterday. Last Friday and yesterday were more similar. I might have a bunch of 4850Ps for tomorrow. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's really kind of wishful thinking now. That's a pretty big drop from here. I mean, if you hit though, whew, spicy. I'm closing some put debit spreads that are in the money now, but longer dated to capture profit and leverage up more while hedging a little upside overnight. Same choice? That all seems very reasonable. I don't know what you ate last night. Fubo tips the same? As when? I mean, Fubo is a little more liquid. This means yesterday was the top then? I mean, probably. We lost, well, at least the local top. We lost the two most important levels that the Bulls needed to hold on to. Is this put capitulation? Probably a bit, yeah. Let me double check. Um. Hmm. Okay, yeah, a little bit. Not a lot of it, but a little bit. Mostly in the money puts capitulating here. That was last night's dinner? I don't like cooked fish. I mean, it sounds nice, but I don't like cooked fish. In my defense, I was trying to fix my car's AC systems while Netflix hit 559, but I was there at the 558 peak. God damn it. Bears weren't prepared for this. I mean, they've bought a lot of 0 DTEs, but positionally, there were no bears, right? I mean, that was the situation we were dealing with yesterday, is that bulls had pushed the market to such an extreme that there was no counterparty for their fucking short puts, right? And everything just piled onto the So there have been no bears. And I mean, the fact that we have any today is surprising, and they've positioned as much as they can. But I mean, as far as like long term, like well established short positions, they just don't exist right now. All the puts on the chain are sold. The biggest bear in the room is bulls getting squeezed out of their short vol. When people come in the pickle jar, they're like, "You guys are the only bears in the whole world." They're not kidding. But it's okay. The next time we have a green day, they'll pretend like they were winning all along. Despite SPX being roughly at the same level for the last 2 years now. That's what I love about bulls. At the top of every bull market, they all act like they bought the bottom. But they didn't, right? They bought pretty close to where it's trading now. What I love about bears is at the top of every bull market, you know we bought the bottom. I did, in fact, buy the bottom of the S&P. I bought the shit out of it. Everyone thought it was crashing. I bought the dip in October of 22. I closed it by March, but I bought the fuck out of that dip. That was the pimento. Weren't you here for that? Yeah, that was like pimento week. That was huge. That was part of pickle jar history. I bought puts at the bottom, killing it. Nice. All hail the pimento. Mr. Pi-Fi, my mentor and idol, husband in my own mind, I've sent you a video. Will you play it for the children? Absolutely not. I'll post it to the Pigeon Wheel chat after the stream, though. And I'll at here, but not everybody. Those are my conditions. Oh man, Darth Dan is back. I'm assuming he's not back. He's just either got a day off or is temporarily unemployed. Can you also at trash? He's at Mardi Gras and 3 deep already. Alright, fine. What price would the MM like today? I don't want to talk about it. But probably somewhere between 55 and 65. I mean, that doesn't mean they're going to get it, right? And I mean, they'll just adjust to wherever the demand in the market is. See, we did see that fucking stupid psychological level did matter. Fortunately, this bounce doesn't look super strong. Beginning on or about March 2024, Vanguard will no longer allow new buy to open transactions on the date the contract expires. Oh shit. If Fidelity lets you buy 0 DTEs on SPX. Jobby Job distracted me all day. I hope you've printed hard today. All my dead straddle legs are rejoicing. Yaga. There's a few of them. We went up a bit. Slight overreaction to CPI. I would argue that no inflation is priced into the market at all, and that this is anything but an over. It's definitely not an over. It's a reaction, but it's not an overreaction. Yep, I lost 10K last year due to Fidelity's generosity. I didn't get Fidelity to allow 0 DTE. They allow 0 DTE on anything that's cash settled. So XSP, SPX, NDX. Yeah, the last 3 months have been an overreaction. Is it too early to tell if SPX bounces back to 49.50, 5,000? This reminds me of last week or so when we had a big drop during JPOW. Then the next day recovered it all. So this is a bit different than last week structurally. As far as the positioning goes, this is far more bearish. We've been seeing call OI in the money fall off quite a lot over the last 4 trading days. And so most of the supportive charm that was keeping us above 5,000 was found at 5,000, 50.15, and a little bit at 49.50. We're now significantly below those levels, and that charm is no longer supportive. Right? The flows are going the other way. So, this is much more bearish than last week, where our supportive positioning was still below the level that we fell to. We haven't broken down through SPX gamma neutral, which is right here. That's this line. But if we do, things become even more bearish. Right now, we still have some dip buying by the market maker. Probably very little, but some. And then if we cross that, the market maker is going to begin actively selling into downside moves. And then, the next level we'd be looking to is gamma neutral on the monthly, which is down at like 48.87. If we fall below that, the market maker is selling on all downside moves. Then we start to slip below the delta neutrals. That gets even more bearish, and so on. So, I mean, level by level, obviously, don't overextend yourself. Don't be stupid. Things do get more bearish after this point than before it, but we're still just testing this point. So this is, yeah, I just got done explaining why this time is a little bit different. This is also one of the reasons we're seeing this big spike in vol, which is something we also haven't seen, right? This time isn't different. I mean, it is, in fact, right? I mean, it doesn't even take a lot of looking to see that this is very, very different from all price action from November 6th onward, right? This is VIX has moved up higher than it has been during that entire period today. And all of this is today. Almost the entire 10% gain. I mean, 8.3% of it is. I don't know if anybody gives a shit about PPI, frankly, but if consumer costs are elevated because of shipping, then I would expect PPI will be higher as well. And the ISM price index kind of inferred that PPI should be higher, like producer prices should have risen. even if they don't, they're not likely to drop substantially, right? They've already been deflationary. Them becoming inflationary wouldn't really matter much. Them becoming more deflationary also wouldn't really matter much, right? It just shows you that producers aren't passing along those savings to the consumer. What was that? You want another chug? Well, here you go. Love you to the end of the earth, husband. I'm going to use my $77 tax return on you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why is your tax return only $77? You need a better accountant, Darth. Or we're just side gig that didn't take out taxes. My tax return is negative 12,000. I don't even want to look at mine. I'll just notice it when it gets pulled out of my bank account. I filed an extensive. So this breakdown at Gamma, SPX Gamma Weekly Gamma, I guess we're opened up to about 49.20. That's Latin for extension. Nice. See, look, this is a perfect example of hedging just being great, right? I have a 0 DTE put, which I can't close. It's very deep in the money. But I also hedged with a call, right? But the call was only $9, like the call spread, right? And I'm only down half of that. But I've made $2,200. So the insurance on making $2,200 cost me $500. Not bad, right? This is why you hedge. Don't be afraid of hedging. It's nice. It lets you sleep more easily. I hedged a call with a put end of day, up $2,500 despite losing 2K on the call. That's just called a straddle. You're a total shill, but you called VIX 16 today, so kudos. I mean, I'm assuming that you just straight ghosted my SPX Vega plays, so I know how happy of a boy you are right now. Happy. Is there a tutorial here on how to sell verticals? You sell an option and buy one? $4,900 in range. I mean, I guess if we keep getting 0 DTE puts, but no, I would say right now 49.20 kind of seems to be where the train on the put stops here. At least right now. Okay, we do have power hour, so maybe we'll see 49, like 15, 10, 5, and 4,900 go up. But 4,900 has a little bit of interest. 15's not too bad. The hedge was the cheapest thing in my account today, except for the call legs. Couldn't even give those away. Well, I mean, like, you know, if, say you buy, I want to try to simplify this for people because if vol picks up, this is going to matter a lot more in the coming days. But say you pick up $2,500 in put premium, right? And everything's bearish, but you're massively at risk for a reversal. So if you can spend $500 out of the money, sorry. You can hedge off almost all of that premium risk for very little total money, right? And this, you know, the profits are uncapped potentially. This, you know, you just need to make $2,500 back. Right, so if you open a bull spread with a $25 between the strikes, and this goes fully in the money, you've hedged off all of your put risk. Now, if you close your puts early, then you can even pick up a little profit on this side of the trade, right? But that's really, I mean, at its most basic level, that's really what you want, is you want to hedge off that cost of premium. How many days out in that scenario? I mean, maybe a couple, depending on how long you think you're going to stay in that range, right? That's a big part of it. It depends on how long you're going to stay in that range. Like if the market's dropping fast and vol is high, you don't need a lot of time on that debit spread, right? You're probably going to be in a new range by the next day. You know, once we're at like VIX 16, VIX 17, you're starting to look at like an average of 1% moves per day or greater. And so, you know, you don't want to have that spread just sitting there forever. And it's cheaper to buy the shorter dated ones generally. So I mean, as long as your position exists, though, to some extent, I mean, you might have to keep opening a new one every day. But if you have puts and the market keeps dropping, and you're spending a small fraction of that to hedge the potential for a bounce, who gives a shit, right? And if you get stopped out before the hedge matters, then you just profit on the bounce. So basically, like, the market's going down and you're short, but you know, you're long at, you know, every level just in case. And then, you know, if it does bounce and you're long, you can still close your put. You got to make all of this money, right? That's all profit. And then, you know, you're hedged off your premium here if you don't, maybe if you don't close early enough, or you want to keep your put open, take the next leg down, right? Then you can close your call hedge here, see if it reverses higher. If it does, you know, close your puts, and if it doesn't, and you get a continuation, you can just stay long. You can just stay long your puts. But you've hedged off any risk, right? You're not losing money anymore. Positioning is pretty fucked for this to reverse hard right now. But again, like I just said, having some out of the money protection goes a long way. I mean, so for instance, October, right? Nobody was prepared for the violence of that bounce. Like we knew it could squeeze if we got over 40, like back over 4,200, 4,300. We knew short positions were going to squeeze off, but the Fed easily could have been hawkish and things could have continued down, right? So a lot of people stayed long their puts despite, you know, the like 3% move to the upside that occurred before it just ripped to the moon. And I picked up, like, going into the like Treasury report and the Fed meeting that month, I picked up like some out of the money calls. I think they were at like 4,300 and they were like 14 DTE or something. And they paid for all of the losses on my puts. They paid for the total cost of my puts. And they made some profit on top of that, right? And I was able to close my longer dated puts out, still at a profit, but and then I just had that call hedge. And I think I held it almost till expiry. So I mean, it just protects your money. I mean, that's what options are anyway, is just insurance, right? So yeah, it costs a little money to protect your money. And a put is your first line of defense. But sometimes you want more nuanced positioning than simply, I'm going to cut everything here and take profits, right? And that's really where, like, you want to hold your put overnight, you want to hold your put through a macro event. That's really where the hedging is going to make a huge difference. I mean, not necessarily 25%. It could be. It could be far cheaper than that. Are you adding to any longs like UGI and KView? Not really. Not right now. Barius, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it, dude. VIX is just up. I mean, I feel like there should be some effort put out to try to hold GN here, but VIX is up a lot. So it may not be that effective. Give it a few minutes. We'll see if positioning changes. Right now, I mean, I would say things still look pretty bearish. We're not seeing a lot of delta accumulate. Everything looks pretty bad. From a momentum perspective, I mean, it's like, this isn't really, we're not in a period that's super bullish. I mean, we have like stability here, but it's not bullish, if that makes sense. So momentum is low and neutral. We're a little oversold from like a volatility perspective, but that doesn't mean that more zero DTE puts can't show up, and they can, and they have a lot of gamma, and they're even more effective now because we're below gamma neutral, right? So I mean, we definitely still have puts at 20 and 15. Those we can still see. Realized 10 through 4,900. That one's a little more questionable. Meatball fall into a little sauce. That's yeah, that's one way of putting it. But we're kind of rolling down the side of the bull, so things should flatten out. Although I think we still have plenty of downside to like 48, 75, 50 before things really flatten out a lot. And then obviously during all of this, more bearish positioning can come in, and that can get even more extreme. ditch calls. I mean, are they like near the money? Because if we were to bounce back over GN, that could be very bullish, like into close. Speaking of which, I should probably hedge the upside of this. Hmm. Hmm. Can I hedge here too? RTY has not seen a 100-point down move since 11/20/21. Rutro Shaggy. I mean, RTY is massively short. So I mean, any rate cut expectations becoming diminished was going to see it just crater. And you know, Fed fund futures now have us priced almost exactly at 3 cuts, or 75 points worth of cuts for the rest of this year, and most of that in the back half of this year now, like June, July, and later. Can I say 2,000 bips for VIX? Or did you just say a percent at this point? A percent's fine. The VIX is cash VIX is up 20% today. Is VIX in backwardation with the new contract? Oh yeah. By about what, 0.4? Focus on when sourcing options. Is it volume and open interest? I mean, that's a start. I'm not sure what you mean by sourcing them, but volume and open interest are both have some importance. Volume a little bit less so, because lots of contract volume is traded in and out throughout the day, but it's what stays on the chain that really matters. Take a peep at your VIX spreads. So hot. I don't remember I had those. Oh yeah, nice. Fun times. I don't think those could go up very much. I might close the, depending on how today goes, I might close the out of the money calls on those and just raw dog them. VIX 17 alert. Oh shit. Well, things aren't getting particularly more bullish. I hope Effin closed his fucking 55 put. paid $5 for my B-Night calls, and people are paying $15 now. I should have bet the farm. Yes. SPX plus 3% tomorrow. What if that's inversed? Is this what bull cope looks like? I know exactly what bear copium looks like. My DGen option support is up 80% today. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I closed the 55.55p at 55.60. And look, you already made back all the money it cost you to close it. What's this trading terminal? It's WeBull. I think there's a link down below. It's not that great of a broker, but it's fine for like just scalping and stuff. It's got some nice UI functionality. I wouldn't put a lot of money in it though. You said we don't usually bounce off the top of GN. What about reject on the bottom? Likelihood? We can reject on the bottom of GN. Although I would say that if we have upside momentum, you generally, because the market maker is buying into strength, you kind of just blow through GM on upside moves. It can act as a little bit of a resistance, but generally not much of one. It usually does act as a support though, which it barely did today, right? Like this is a weak bounce off GN, but this is only SPXW. This isn't the big GN. This is like baby GN. Are you considering any sold puts on Fubo Beyond once they find a bottom of the sell-off? I mean, I don't really want to own more of either of them. I don't want to own any Beyond, but I don't really want to own... I guess I'm okay with assignment on Fubo. But, no. The answer to that is no. I might sell naked puts. Where would I get all the deets on trading options, in and outs? I have no financial education. Is all this info within your YouTube? I mean, if you want to try to dig for it, sure, but generally I would say just hanging out and learning things as you go is probably the best way. Don't expect to be good at this for a couple of years. It takes quite a lot of effort and commitment. Ever. I mean, that is true for some people. You may, I will be honest with you, you may never be good at this. Bro, I've lost about 10K, so stop doing that. That's not going to help you in the long run. Start paper trading. And yeah, keep asking questions and hang out. Look back very frequently when we're down bigly on Tuesday of SLD week. We're also down bigly Wednesday and Thursday too. Not always, but often. Thank you for the seasonal analysis of SLD, Simo. Always appreciated. Usually ignored. $10K so far. I paper traded and made like 250K a day, and yeah, well, that's not realistic. Just like a college tuition, it takes money to make money. Welcome to Pickle University. Yeah, yet I tell everyone to start with paper trading. And somehow everyone just immediately loses money when they start out. What is that? Why do people feel the need to use real money right away? Like, you got to know you're going to be shit at it in the beginning, right? Everyone's seen loss porn on Wall Street bets. More School of Stock, please. I hate making videos so much. Oh, I like the pain. I thought you meant pay per trading. Like, you gotta pay to trade? No. Reality check. Use real money. Get addicted. Lose real money. It's FOMO, hubris. It's like intention. It's like playing a pay to win game and like hardcore nightmare mode before you've ever had any experience in the game. I don't know. It's like showing up to Vegas and putting all your money on red day one. Like all your money for the whole trip. You're gonna have to do a GoFundMe for Todd's family. Todd's busy today. But then you have more money for the rest of the trip, or you have no money for the rest of the trip. No, you're not supposed to put it on black. That's not the point I'm making. God fucking damn it. Hold on. Christ, VIX is just a fucking straight line. This is so cool. Yeah, we. Volmageddon soon? Real talk though, are we gonna bounce the rest of the week? This looks really, really bad. It could behoove you to do that. That's the next major resistance to the downside, right? Now that we're past, you know, gamma neutral on the weekly, then 4900 is the next level to expect some resistance. Put volume picking up for 0DTs. Well, I told you before, we still had some volume down to about 15. Below 15, there's a little bit at 4910 and 4900. Not a lot at 4905. So 15, I think, is reasonable. We could test that potentially. Below 15, probably not much. And it looks like we're getting a little bounce here on 20. That'll slow things down. Momentum-wise, we should be hitting like a little period of slightly positive momentum here. So maybe a move back to like 25, 30 on a bounce. And then, depending on how long that takes to resolve, maybe like a move down to 15 after that. Let me try to show the whole range. Give me a second. It's kind of like, that. If we get a bounce. If VIX, but keep an eye on VIX. If VIX keeps going up, then this is just going to drop. We won't get any kind of positive support from the shift in momentum. VIX over VX, I know. Yeah. Backwardation. You know what's really scary, Windmill, is the yield on VIX is positive. It's finally happened. And not just positive on the 1 hour. Like, we've had a few blips here and there where we've gone positive. But this is, I mean, the last time we were positive was October 2023. It's not just positive, it's a real humdinger. Yeah, it's 0.748%. It could be. What's up, Popcorn? How do you become the thing after Pigeon Whale now? Today down. God's beautiful dork. $30-day Fed fund futures are only pricing in 0.79 in cuts for the rest of the year. Reality is returning. Yeah. I agree, it's still too high. What happened to 0% interest rates by March 2024? They did not materialize. You know what's even scarier, actually, and this should freak people out, is that the carry trade spread is up like 30% today. And if the market crashes, JPow's going to cut rates with all that carry trade risk on the books. So the carry trade's getting leveraged up like crazy into what could, like, I mean, in the long run, turn out to be like a credit event. Not gonna lie, it's all but guaranteed now that the lender is gonna get me signed up for a mortgage. Oh boy. Said 24 hours after closing escrow, the entire credit market is going to collapse. It's not that easy to switch to AUD. They're talking about moving a huge position that they're currently leveraging up. Yeah, we still have some more range on this. Although that might be... Is that it? That's the whole fucking bounce? No way. We're making significant improvement in inflation. How is down possible? No, we're not. I'm not even sure Australia has the liquidity available in their securities market to float a carry trade of that magnitude. Not even close. I mean, they'd be like, oh, why don't they just turn to Turkey? Pyrex is back. NatGas is hitting historic lows. You consider it a buy. Just because it snowed outside doesn't mean NatGas is going up. I have some exposure to it, but not directly. It's... Last I looked, European supplies were fine. And unless, I mean, the Black Sea shit could trigger more speculation on it, but I don't think that's going to be a big deal yet. Maybe, maybe like in a month or so. We have PPI tomorrow, which isn't very significant. It's this the rest of this week's pretty light on data though. Snow doesn't exist in a lot of places anymore. Upstart earnings are going to be bad after hours. I mean, I don't know what they're going to be. I know that the most recent SLOS report indicated that that liquidity on the sell side of loans was pretty slim. So banks aren't buying a lot of loans right now, which isn't good for Upstart's books. Why do I have to keep adjusting this? Why didn't you tell us the market was not going to keep going up indefinitely? I repeatedly said that. If nobody buys my debt, I guess it just disappears there, right? No. The American dream. How do I stop this from moving? Oh, I just need to turn off auto. There we go. Turn off auto. It's still fucking moving. Alright, out of the money call interest. A little bit at 25, less at 30. A close somewhere between 420 and 430 seems possible. Watch out for Gamma squeezing off of the break of GN though. Man, Tesla was really fucking slow to go down today. I'm surprised it didn't lose 80 faster. Why is there so much fucking support? Hey, CrowdStrike's red on the day. The market must really be fucked. Oh my god, Nvidia is too? Still fucking higher than open though. Don't worry, guys. General Electric's gonna keep this market afloat. DMs. What's up? Todd, a vibrant presence on Wall Street, passed away unexpectedly on Feb 13th, 2024, at the age of 42. Renowned for his mastery in shorting the VIX, he possessed an insatiable curiosity for the inner workings of the financial world. Yet amidst his professional successes, Todd harbored a controversial love for stock fraud, an aspect of his character that puzzled many. While some viewed it as a rebellious streak, others saw it as a reflection of his contrarian spirit, always challenging the status quo and pushing the boundaries of conventional wisdom. His unwavering dedication to unethical conduct served as a guiding light for those who shared his vision for a less accountable and unequitable market. Todd's sudden passing leaves a void in the hearts of all who knew him, yet his legacy as a maverick of finance and a champion for transparency and integrity will endure, serving as a testament to the indelible impact he had on the financial world. He is survived by his one and only friend, Kenny. Services will be held on Wall Street on the trading floor following market close Friday, Feb 16th, 2024. All right. Well done. Well done. F in chat for Todd, guys. Who's Todd? It's a joke. He's the mastermind behind keeping VIX under 16 for 3 months. Fuck that guy. He pumped the market from 4,200 to 4,900. Actually, 5047. Still shorting multi-day puts. Am I crazy? Well, we'll find out if you're not here in 2 days. This is WeBull Mobile. Make sure that you're signed up for the data package for SPX on mobile as well as the desktop. Like, just go check the data packages and make sure you have the SPX one. It should. I think it's free. So Todd is survived by his fraternal twin D. Dot. What does the bull narrative pivot to? There were red candles. There won't be any bulls for a while until there's green candles again. Does anyone here actually paper trade? If so, what platform and do you like it? I'm sure some people do. I know TOS is pretty robust. In my experience, the best paper trading platform is a piece of paper with a pen. It tends to be a lot easier. You can just write down the entry premium, exit premium. I give myself great fills when I write it down on paper. Just don't cheat. I just draw a line in an options chart where I would enter and exit. Are they always at the top and the bottom? Just buy everything at the ask. Sell at the bid. Your hedge is green. I know. Still a little momentum. Maybe we could test the gap here. Looks like it's like 49, 40, 48. Yeah, this is squeeze. This is some put capitulation. A little bit of call, not a lot of call buying, mostly put capitulation. Hmm. Steep 75% discount. I'm doing pretty good on the Vegas stuff today, and my fucking dead straddles went in the money, which was nice. Are we exiting Baratory for the week? Jesus Christ, relax. Yeah, I picked one up already at Gamma Neutral. Thank you, Yaga. When did you exit those? The straddle legs? Mostly this morning. I have a couple left over, like 4,900, 4,925s. That's the upside gap filled. See if they try to push for VIX 16 at close. That's the next logical step here. Although I'm not sure where the calls are. They're definitely not 0 GTE. Yeah, still no calls really coming in, actually. Still some puts selling off. Taking profits. Why are they fucked with such high VIX? I mean, this is puts taking profits. That's not really bulls. There's like a little bit of call buying, but it's so much less than the puts that are closing. It's like I don't know, like 6-1 or something. I need this to drop $700 overnight. That's ridiculous. Mm, um, not quite yet. Trying to get, probably trying to get VIX out of backwardation into close. I would imagine. That seems to be the most important thing. Should I buy VIX shares? That's not, no. You mean UVXY? I've banned the letter V from my home and my shop, and I made Victor change his name. I mean, right now it's just like a $20 bounce. We'll see if it can continue. It might not. I think most of the puts should be closed off here. There's a chance we hit 50. Yeah, but the put selling's like the put selling off is slowing. And then kind of the same deal if we get call capitulation from the calls that rode this up. So it can pull back. Not super hard, but it can pull back a bit. $49.31. Oh, that's an important level. Well, yeah. That's an important level on futures too. Brining your meat, do you prefer wet or dry method? Depends what I'm brining. But in the words of Sebastian the Crab from The Little Mermaid, it's better down where it's wetter. No, 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 that's not, that's a different character. It's hotter under the water. Who's got, I have no idea. I haven't paper traded in like fucking 5 years. It used to be TOS was the best one. I don't know what's changed with Schwab's acquisition. I don't use them. It means no worries for the rest of your life. Nope, also a different song. In the words of Sebastian the Crab and the Little Mermaid, don't boil me, I'm still alive. Oh man, the MM would kind of love 49.47 here. What's positioning for tomorrow look like? Give me a second. Would it be better to paper trade on a platform you actually intend to trade with, so you get familiar with the platform? To some degree, yeah. I mean, it depends on kind of maybe during the stage where you're moving from paper trading to a live account. Tomorrow's the 14th. Looks like a shitload of puts, and we're at the top of all of them. A lot of puts for tomorrow at 49.50. 49.45, not too many, but a decent amount at 49.40. Transition from 40 to 20 is pretty weak. So that would need to build up a bit. Under 20, quite a lot of puts for tomorrow. All the way down to like 48.85. Friday. Friday is not that bearish yet. Ridiculous. Are they going to get the whole $30 move before close? They are. That's pretty fucking impressive. That was call buying. VIX almost back to 16. We're gonna finish it open. Yeah, it reduces realized vol. What was our opening price? 50.20. Wait, what? 49.67. You gotta be shitting me. No, I'm still not bullish, but nice end of day bounce. That was a lot of put capitulation. You said you sold puts with Theta. They're absolutely not going crazy. It's because we're opening back at 5,000 tomorrow morning, back on the grind. No, it's mostly because all of the puts today were 0 DTEs, and they started taking profits, which caused more to take profits, and then even more took profits after that. VIX very much still looks like it's closing above 16, though. We got 2 minutes left. Meeting time. Fun day re. Nice. Later, Dork. Let's put all the puts again tomorrow and do it again. We'll see. There's still quite a lot of puts at 49.50, though. So we should find some resistance here. This is kind of, yeah, this is perfect for the MM. We could even close a little lower. They've got some padding. Oh, VIX is so close. Ding ding. The day is done. 49, 53, 77. So back to trend on ES. Yeah, like right back to trend on ES. Still gives us a pretty bearish open tomorrow. Let's see. VIX closed 1594 now. So just goddamn, I can't believe they did it. That's fucking impressive. So yeah, VIX closed just under 16. Little bounce back from delta neutral or gamma neutral. We should see gamma neutral move up tonight. I know fast gamma rose up to about here. So still looks bearish overall. Obviously if neutrals continue to rise higher, we'll need to run away from them. But a bounce on our first test of GN, like on the 1 hour, isn't too unexpected. Let's see. Broad commodities today down. Yields up quite a lot across the whole chain, but particularly the 2.5 and 10-year up 3 to 4.25%. Across those. The 20 and the 30 rising a bit, but not quite as fast as we're seeing the 10 move up. Correlation up, but not a lot today. So, still not a lot of breakdown in the dispersion. A decent amount, but not a lot. This would still have a long way to go before we start to see that. Volatility did, however, close the day with a positive yield still. Even though I do think they got VIX. Yeah. Well, VIX is still okay. VIX is back above 16, so VIX is still a little bit ahead of the contract in front, but not much. But the forward yield on volatility ending the day is still positive. 3-month correlation picked up. Move I don't think is updated yet. I'm guessing skew hasn't updated yet either. And we have a bit of increased correlation between VIX and VIX futures. Hopefully we see this continue into the rest of the week, but we do have PPI tomorrow morning. I don't think it's going to be super impactful. The data Thursday seems a lot more important, and that may be an opportunity for tomorrow to give up some ground, and for us to stabilize at a little bit higher price, until we get the data on Thursday. I know retail sales will probably have a fairly important effect on dollar value. If not, maybe industrial production will be kind of important too. We have GDP coming tonight out of Japan and tomorrow morning out of Great Britain. So both of those could have some effect on dollar value. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. We have inflation coming out of Great Britain and PPI, GDP out of EU tonight. Japan's tomorrow night. So my mistake. Yeah, so GDP out of EU and then PPI and inflation out of Great Britain. Still same deal. Might affect Dixie. Tomorrow night, we also have the PBOC 1-year lending facility announcement, which could have a big effect on Chinese markets that are just coming out of the Chinese New Year. Upstart halted. Yeah, Upstart always halts before earnings because they have like a share buyback. Waiting until March to go long yen again. I mean, I'm gonna wait until financial conditions tighten or we get a credit event, but I'm still long yen on futures. So before adding to that position, I mean, I'll probably wait until yen's under my cost basis if it ever gets there. But CPI was not bullish. We're due to enter reflation phase. Thank God we didn't vote to leave the biggest trading bloc in the world. Vote for economic sanctions on ourselves. Whoop whoop. Well done. PPI full bull. I don't think anyone cares about PPI. And if anything, it's probably hotter, but I do, and so does Nvidia. No, they don't. They could pretend to care, maybe. Do any stocks that have a buyback in place halt before earnings, or just Upstart? I think just Upstart. I don't know why they do that. Shipping stocks care. Well, okay, yeah, if PPI is up. But that's not going to have a huge effect on indexes. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope everybody made a bunch of money today. It was a fun one. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later, guys.